thing I had done. I was messing around with the inventory stuff, and I kind of got so I got a little bit of a working panel going here. Let me close this up on this just to show where we're at here. All this is of course like placeholder stuff. This is it's icons from Rust, so no, ignore the actual icons for resource types, but got us a little basic inventory here. And then I got this over here. It's going to be just kind of getting the crafting system going. And it's not working yet. Just got a model down here. Bench doesn't do anything yet. The menu does. Right now I've just got the axe I'm playing with. Let me see if I can just a little bit stretch that out. You know, selectable, actually tracking the resources data, and got the button state driven by that, but it doesn't actually do anything. So I'm kind of, I guess I could at least walk back and share some of that. I'm basically doing this programmatically. So just to share a bit of that, I've got kind of a modular little setup going here. Oh, I need to close this workspace. See, I don't need that. I don't need that. What we need's in here. In here, we got a little crafting thing. Oh, yeah, I was fucking around. I was looking at decals and shit for icons. Just peeking at some stuff there. But yeah, for the inventory stuff, I've got. Oh, it's there in shared. That's right. And now replicate storage. Replicate storage. Where are you? Here we go. UI. Yep. So just got some. Basically, I wanted a reusable panel. So I got this kind of like a configuration-driven board that gets made, and there's like a little dock that goes down. That's basically I disabled the regular UI stuff. Let me just move this over here, and then I can run play here. Do these side by side. So yeah, you can see like this right here. It basically it's a little got me a little dock. That's I'm gonna draw this out. I'm not seeing my oh, there it is. It's like this. It's like this. We got us a little dock here, a little baby boy dock. And he's gonna live here, and everything's gonna kind of anchor right here to him. So we got a little hot bar, which is got our little selectable, one if he's numbered, and our stack count, of course. And then what I've done is I got like a little gap. Oh man, I'm so bad at drawing. Little gap, and then we'll have our actual inventory stacked on top of that. And then I use the same reusable stuff, so like the cell stuff, these guys. This is reusable. The use of the icons and stuff is reused. You can see here, like, kind of get the same look and feel for all of that, because it's all using these. Where was it? Right, using these helpers. So let's see. Let's get grid over here. Can't. Oops. Grid. And let's do it this way. So all these guys are basically just used from, in this case, our inventory UI. So we set up a basic screen GUI here, turn off our existing backpacks. We don't want to use that anymore. We don't want that toolbar either. This is that doc I mentioned. The guy writes, I don't know why it doesn't go on top when I click him. Come on top. Get up there. What are you doing, man? Get up here. So, yep, got the, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to move it to the left side. Do that. Easier to see then. Just since it's not wanting to, oh no, that one stays over there. You come over here. There we go. That way I can click back and forth anyway. So yeah, the dock here, this whole thing is setting up that container, kind of empty container at the bottom, which just has like a list. It's just going to have, we're going to have basically single column with 2 rows of content, and that's the inventory section, and then this hotbar section. And then we have this board background. That's what this is, the in the actual GUI. This board right here, this background behind the cells, that's just kind of like that board, so I'm calling it, which is what I'm wanting to whenever use between different UIs. So I don't know if it's like a chest or crafting menu or some info dialogue. I'm just trying to find something that I can kind of keep pulling from and utilize it. Something that's easy to kind of programmatically drive and change for whatever I need. I did play a little bit with the actual UI components in the GUI, but the thing is I know what I want to do is I kind of want to get these on a model in the scene later. So for now, I'm just doing this so that I've got something reusable that I can quickly make stuff with, and I'll come back and actually do that the way I want it done later. Say a dock on the board. This grid is going to basically fill with the cells. You're attaching this board with whatever options you want for your cells, and it's going to fill the cells up based on your columns and row count. And then just the cell itself. This is actually just filling out the basics inside of there, and we need a way to drive that. So the cells, setting the icon. I think we're going to do durability. Stack, and then the last thing was the hotbar, which I got my key codes, so I can easily so I can select. Oh, I just realized the outline for that needs to come in a little bit. Fix that later. But you get the gist. It's doing what it's supposed to do. So now what I need to do is I have that basic UI and this menu here, which is also created from UI. This one hasn't been split out yet. So you go crafting.clients. Crafting. Oh, no, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I'm playing with icons. This is a messy file right now, but currently I've got my recipes, which is where just to see them filled in, like in the actual scene here. I wanted to be able to actually like see multiple items that I could select. I just kind of set up my goal is to get the axe working. Right, I want the axe to actually be craftable because we had the axe, and that was using the built-in tool system, and we killed that. We disabled the backpack and stuff, so we're going to do a custom UI here, and so that killed our axe. So now let's get it back, and the way I want to do that is by crafting. So got our recipe set up for that. This basically is pointing to what this ID will match what's in the that right there. We got all of our unique, entity types that we can pick up and put in our inventory. So got an entry for that, icon for that set, and this is oh yeah, that's how much it's gonna spit out. And then just building out this UI. This half of this is just AI generated slop, so I need to clean this up and make this reusable, and that's fine. But I am now going to try and see if I can get it working. So where we left off was we have this button that's not hooked up to anything yet, and we want to basically get this crafting process going. So I think the first thing is making sure we get the validation that we can actually do whatever this is, this crafting process. We're going to have a signal sent back. So like if we have this menu here and I say X and it costs 0 of, or say 2 of 2 craft. What I want is whenever you click this, what it should do is it's going to go to our, pull this guy up here, to our server, and I see some back and forth, like request craft, and that will do some checking behind the scenes, where we're going to need to check resources, check player resources, check crafting possible, and this would be like, in many cases where crafting wouldn't be possible. Just an example here. And there could be some other things in there, but for now at least, we probably won't mess with that one for now, but this one we definitely will, because we do want to validate and make sure that the craft is valid for this attempt. That way they can't just fire an API call. So we're going to get our craft request. We're going to check the player resources, and if I think probably, so I think we do two things here, and so start crafting. If that is successful, start crafting, and then we're going to do two things where we first play conclusion it's really, let me move this over. It's gonna go there. This could go there. And that'll send out events. Crafting state. Call it crafting state. Okay, so that's going to send the crafting state, and this is going to tell us, it's going to inform us about what's, it's easier to do it this way, so it's at least a little bit clearer. It's going to have crafting state should contain time to craft. Oh, it's kind of big too, so just put it down. So crafting time, what else? Resources, maybe resources spent. So this is an event. Actually, I'm going to do an arrow. So we're sending crafting state, and we're also going to send an inventory update because we're going to have an updated state there. I mean, we could send what's spent, but it just makes more sense to be sure that we take care of this on the server, updating their inventory. So that's going to be spent, and then there will be this period that we're waiting here, and after that's complete, then we'll let's see, I'll do, I guess you need to call it a crafting state again. And this one we'll probably send with our actual item. So it's a crafting state with a crafting time, not crafting time, with and I guess status is probably a good one to have. Just in general, so status crafting. And kind of and also sends inventory updates. Now this and this of this wait crafting time. So we'll be submitting this here, and that one's going to be that one. But let's talk about what happens behind the scenes here. I'm going to change color a bit just to make it clear if these are different tracks. So the spending resources is going to be from the inventory API. So on the server side, item and this boy here. Yeah, that's back. In order to do that, well, we need to make sure this request craft. What's that going to need? We could have it send the recipe, I suppose, is really all you have to send. And then we could just validate if the recipe can be crafted based on the current state of the player. So let's see if we could do something like that. So request craft recipe. Yeah, I think that's going to be it. And then on the client side, what's going to be happening is this crafting state. We're going to want to drive that with or drive the crafting process. You know, a loading bar, something is going to be driven by whatever this time is. So we'll show them whatever the server tells us this delay time is going to be, and after we get a server notification for that, then we'll be good to go. One thing I was thinking about is, this goes back to that transactional thing. Like, what if you started crafting and the server disconnected? I almost think what you could do is you could hold onto the item for that player, and if like have the client send basically a a crafting finalized event after it receives this state success, and once the server hears that event, then the server finalizes the transaction, if you will, and maybe that's actually when we give them the item and take away the resources. Because what we could do is we could basically temporarily hold those items hostage. How would we do that? Because if you spent, 2 wood, so let's see, if I had, I'm just going to do this. Might make more sense. Of course, my mouse had to be right there. So if I had 2 wood here, and I send this over the wire. Ooh. Not at all. So this goes from our client and a server. If I say I want to craft this recipe, which, you know what, let me get another icon here. I just realized sometimes using visuals, straight up visuals, will probably be better than trying to mark all this out. So there we go. So I have this boy right here, and I'm gonna send 2 wood, or no, I'm not gonna send the wood, but my inventory has this 2 wood, and so I'm sending this over to the wire. And what's the server gonna do? The server's gonna it's gonna be some time, right? So we gotta wait. So we have time. And once we're done, we basically want to spend these 2 wood and then send back our let's get a picture of our board here. X. Right. So I'd like to spend the resources as I'm giving the axe, ideally, just in case something happens. But I don't know. It's just not a perfect way to do that, is there? As if I rely on the client to tell me whether it received the axe or not, it could lie to me. And that's not good. So I can't trust the clients to tell me, okay, what I really need is, I need to, once I've written into the database, this axe needs to get written into that database. And once it's written in there, that's when we spend our 2 wood. So, okay. So, write axe to be while moving wood. Yeah, I think that's what we want to do. But what do we do in the meantime? So on the client side, you're going to consume those resources So what do you do with those? How do you get rid of these in the meantime? Purgatory. Let's see. I mean, like we could just hide them on the clients. So if I have to give, I just really can't do anything. I have to give these up. Thinking here because like I could put them. We're not going to remove them from the database. I'm thinking, but they're also not going to get the result until after. I could change the in memory. But change the in memory, but now there's a chance that could get persisted if like an autosave or something were happening. We don't want something like that to cause a problem. I could, when I send back the crafting start request, I could use the resources spent to show the client they have 2 less wood, but to not actually write it into the back end any changes there. So like I could say when we do this, right, so this one, we do this, I just do a text label. It's not. So tell clients cost to exclude. And the only thing is like I'm thinking like, okay, with the inventory update, how's that gonna influence it? Because the inventory update is supposed to be based on the current in-memory representation of what you have. So if my source of truth, I can't let my source of truth be unreliable. But maybe we have a mask on the client that just modifies what we currently show in our inventory. I don't love that, but I can't think of a way to make that any better. I could implement a separate service on the back end that handles the masking. So basically, it keeps track of what's, it's almost like a context, an operational context. So could have some context system, transaction context, we'll say, and this could have items withheld. Damn, why? Oh, man. So and then whenever we do like an inventory update, so there it is. I don't have to write inventory every single time. Just do it like this. Easy. Oh my god, I forgot to erase this. Alright, so that's our little backpack. Whoa, what's going on there? Whoa. Easy there, boy. Okay, there we go. Just to make sure no funny business happens with that, I'm gonna do this instead. There. Not just a picture. So I'm going to anytime I do an inventory update, what I could do why does it keep saying that? It's double clicking or whatever. My mouse randomly double clicks. I have so many issues with my mices. I swear, it drives me crazy. But let's see. Yeah, I could basically have all of the inventory operations, or at least no, I don't need all the operations. I just need maybe the inventory updates. So if I did that, well, before I send it to our clients, it's our client here. Yeah, I think this could work. Is instead of doing this, I just say, mark that out. We're gonna do this. And we'll pass in. How will we do that? Because I don't want this to be too complicated, but ideally, you know, we're passing in our backpack, and this thing just is able to give us what we need on the other side. Something like that. And that will have our, you know, if we had, well, I don't know, like 2 wood instead of this thing. So we had 4 wood. We spent the 2, right? So, oops, in this case, no, not 4, just 2. Oops. Right, so that's going to send back 2 wood instead of the 4. But the database side is not going to have that problem. It's always going to be true. And once we have completed whatever it is we need to do with our crafting process, you know, we'll have a remove. So whenever we do remove items, so if we did a remove item, let me just move these over here. And back here. What I want the remove to do is once that's done, we'll know we have this change, and then we can, whatever it is we removed, do I have some kind of ID, I think, to associate these transactions if we did this? Because, you know, you could remove items in other ways as well. So something you want to be keeping track of is if you had your transactions tied to like an identifier, then whenever you remove, uh, you could remove and see if those items belong to a transaction, and if so, notify the transaction context here of those two items. That same way. And then this will no longer, on future inventory updates, do anything in this process. It wouldn't subtract 2 anymore because now that transaction would be gone. So this is just basically internally would just basically be applying any temporary transactions. Yeah, I think that's accurate. So I could do something like that. That could work. But for now, I think going back to our original shit, man, I'm gonna start bringing in a whole collage of images because I like using the images better. I feel like it's it's faster, kind of. I mean, instead of having to draw or write stuff out, and it's better visualization. So I think, man, I'm just gonna like start snapping some pictures off the damn internet for this. Give me like give me a sec. Yeah, give me that. Give me clients. Soft clients. Yeah, there we go. Get that one. And that one. There we go. What else do we need? Will be useful. What do I keep having to redraw? See recipe X. So I mean, I'll figure it out as I go. It's fine. But I need to have that. Let me just grab these. Keep these handy. I'll just build my own little library of icons over here. It's great. I love it. My backpack, we'll keep it. I mean, that's a nice backpack. Nice backpack. And you know what I'm gonna get? Oh, you know what? I can get that from my own damn game. Definitely bringing that over. Probably need that at some point for sure. What else I need? Crafting bench. Hell yeah. Man, dude, I love having me a little icon left. That's good. That's awesome. That's fucking awesome. All right. So yeah, I'll just grab icons that need them. Let's see. Oh, hold up. I got a message here. Explain expedition and didn't know it's gradient parry. That'd be gradient parry, man. I'd be down to watch him play that a little bit. All right. See what he says. All right, got a little library of icons here. You know what? I feel like it's gonna be relevant at some point. Let me somehow get. I want this. Show me a good parry. There we go. That's not bad. Just give me the image. Rip your shit off. Come on. It's taking so long. There we go. That'll definitely come in at some point. 100%. I'm happy now. Okay, now what the fuck was I doing? Oh yeah, I was fucking all icons. I forgot I was actually trying to make a thing here. So, where are we at? We got our crafting flow. So we're going to check our button. So the first thing we need to do, walking this through, okay? Walking this through is we're going to start from this craft button right here. So we already have a representation of whether we can craft or not. Now let's get a submission going, get a remote event going to the server, and we'll start doing that checking on the back end. So let's get to it here. Going for so let's see. First, we're going to need a remote for this, which I don't have set up currently. And I just need to make, so say, do crafting. And remote events. We're going to say, you know what I don't know is I don't know if you can like uniquely, if these have to be distinct. Like if I name this update or request, and then in the inventory folder, if I name that request, let me just ask that. Let's see. Where's my creating remote events. I want to have made update. Crafting. That's actually the same thing. Crafting. It's also called updates. I need to create this because events need to. Let's find out. Must have unique names within the same parent container. Replicated storage or server storage. If you have a folder and you create another folder for crafting, you can create another remote event and updates to the crafting folder without any naming conflicts. This is because the full path to each remote event is distinct. Okay. Events are identified by their full path, which includes their parent hierarchy. As long as remote events are in different folders, then there's no issue. Okay. However, if both update remote events were placed in updated storage, best practices. Well, you can use the same name instead of using more descriptive names. Moving from crafting to avoid confusion in your code base. Your project grows and evolves with developers. Ensure your scripts reference the correct remote events by using the proper path. Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I think I don't know. I think of it kind of like CRUD, right? Like it's consistent and it does what you expect it to do. So like if I have basically let's just say I've got one for state, right? I've got one for request, I mean, what else? What the fuck else is there? I'm sure I'll think of something, but if you can make a crafting request and you can receive a crafting state, and if you have inventory, request state, you're gonna chop a tree. Okay, like tree, maybe trees are a little more specific. So uh, I don't know. Let's run with this and see how that feels, and we can always switch it up later if we need to. But I think I'm good with this for now. So we got our crafting lesson state. So let's get a couple of notes in here. We will need state eventually, so I'm going to say, not inventory notes. I want notes. Wait, watch out. Crafting notes. Crafting. And now we want request crafting remotes child request and then crafting states. All right, that looks good. We're gonna be submitting this. So let's see. Where's our craft button? Where are you? Bum, bum, dum, 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 dum. This is it. Yeah. Okay. So we click our craft button. So if not, more visible. That's not possible without that. So we have a recipe. If not, has all ingredients. We already validated this. Oh yeah, no, I guess we changed the style of it, but it's not. It's disabled. So if craft, what is this craft? Oh, right. So we are just going to press fire server, and what are we? Yeah, I guess just the recipe. Sounds right to me. And yeah, let's get a print in there. Let's see if there's idea. Unclick. Let's to craft. Anything craft. Let's send in the recipe ID resources. All right, that checks out. So I need to bring these up here. I probably already have something up there. So I don't think we have anything on the server yet for crafting. So let's get something going here. I'm gonna snag inventory service as a copy. Put it back because that's a nice handy template for me. Data store and take services, crafting service. Yeah, we'll probably need these and good storage. Probably need that too. Probably won't need that. The inventory updates, maybe need that. Won't need that. And then let's get our crafting states. So crafting states and our other quests. Okay. All right, that's looking pretty good so far. And probably needs. Okay, this is for. I don't want to mess with the inventory data here. We might need the data store service for something. We'll take a peek at that later. And then we'll obviously want to get our entity here. So let's see. First, crafting. And it's going to take in a recipe ID. I'm going to add some craft. Should this just a craft is going to actually use crafting. So inside of here, we're going to remove. Yeah, and I think we want the actual. I spelled recipe wrong. I want the actual recipe here. And so we'll do some delayed. And what else do we need? We need to fire start. No, that's going to be here. Requesting to craft. We're going to validate we can do that. No, yeah, I guess it should be inside of here. Let's start. Again, action. Gates. And then once we've done this, wait crafting time and complete transaction. Inventory and okay. So let's break this down. When we actually perform the craft, we're going to, so we're not going to do this yet. We're going to send the crafting updates with all the information about crafting, and then we're going to wait for however long it takes to craft. And after that wait time is complete, we will then resolve the transaction and then send. So what I could do I mean, the question really comes down to how I handle hiding the resources for them. Because I really don't want to spend. I mean, I could just commit to that. I could just say for now, like when you submit, we're gonna craft, and if you DC, like that's just it. That does kind of suck. Um, I could write to the database. Here's a player. So I could say. That's interesting. Okay, let me think this out. I'm trying to make this easier for myself. So I could do, let's say, you craft that this is going to all right, clients craft. Make sure I got copies of these bad boys. Right, so you go to craft, right? And it's going to go to the server for that request, which then what you're going to put over here is you're going to put in, you're going to have a table set up that's going to have basically, let's see, give me a new icon. Yeah, it's not too bad. I can do that. I like that one better. Wait, where am I? Gimme. Ooh, that's kind of a problem. No, it's fine. One's got some color, so I can actually see the damn thing. No, I think that was. What makes a good transaction icon? Let's see how this one looks in there. Wait, did I just? No, okay, I was like, did I grab the same fucking? No, I thought it was crazy for a second. So we're gonna have this transaction, and we're gonna stamp it, you know, with a. Oh, ooh, that's what I need is. Sounds obvious. Gotta get that. And let's get a little ID icon going. That's good. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be my thing. So all right, we go to craft, we hit the server, right? And we're going to put into the database a player attributed transaction. And we're going to go ahead and say, you know, it's fine. To go ahead and modify the inventory. So the inventory is going to get its wood its removed. So, ooh, I actually like the idea of having, okay, it's icon, but we actually can show us the valid. There we go. All right. Okay, so now we got this request here. It's going. We're actually sending the blueprints right? That's what we decided. Put that up here. So we're gonna send this blueprint that costs wood icons. Keep those handy. My little blueprint with my, which has a cost associated with it. Yeah, it's a recipe. And so this is going to go up to the server, and we're going to do both of these at once. So we're going to, actually, no, not at once. Sorry, let me make that very clear because it's not something we can do simultaneously. We're going to wait, and then we'll do that. So yeah, because we're going to write the transaction in. And once we have that record checked in, yep. Once we have that record checked in, yeah, basically sending like, yeah, that's the transaction. Like this thing, this crap, this recipe, like it's almost like we could just send that in there, honestly. Like we're basically just sending this inside of here with this user. So we're like, hey, he's making this recipe. Yeah, I think, yeah, just putting the recipe in there. We're basically just writing the recipe into a table for the player that, you know, that has all the information attached to it right there. As long as we assume that, or we check to make sure this is valid, then the recipe gets logged in here. And as soon as we log the recipe in here, we go ahead and remove the items. So these are getting removed. Let's get a +2. No, let's get the empty one. That's good enough. What? That's some bullshit right there. How are they gonna do me like that? Damn, man. It's so hard to find a plus icon. This is a big problem. This is a big problem. I don't know what I'm gonna do. This could be it. Wait. Nah, fuck. Come on. Messing with me. Give me my icon. Oh, oh, it's okay. I gotta have something over here, right? Do I just want a plus? I want a green one or a blue one. Is that one legit? Nope. If you thought this would be so hard. This one was so easy. How did I get so lucky? No, that's not it. You know what? Whatever. Close enough. So we're gonna take, oh, yep, take these items out, and then we can do our crafting process. So now, right, now we're gonna do our crafting process right here. This is gonna come down to him. He's gonna be like boop a doop a doo, doop a doop a doo. And once he's done, we're gonna do that. Oh, right. So once he's done, we're gonna fire our usual. I could just send our stuff back. And so what happens is in the disconnect scenario, we have this recorded. And so you get disconnected. And let's see. So I removed your inventory. So worst case scenario, I mean, this could be a dupe too, because if you get disconnected, let's say you force disconnect after this has been written, before this has been written. I really want to write these together. I mean, like, you could just put these lines right after one another. So like, it'd be super hard to do that, but it definitely still possible. And yeah, I think if you did that, when you come back after your DC, your shit's going to be missing, but I'm going to have an unresolved transaction here that's, and I guess, yeah, there's two things it's going to do. This guy is going to get rid of, it's to be clear. So, yeah. That looks about right. So you're going to add this to the database, clear the inventory. Once the crafting's done, ooh, that's the new one I need. I need a clock. Give me some. That one's alright. Be nice if I get a damn clear one, but I just don't think it's gonna happen. Oh, hey, there we go. So that's what's happening here. Right. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. And now the resolution part is the part I don't have in here yet. Yes, whenever a player connects, this crafting service should basically check and see. Actually, the inventory service, I suppose, should check and see if there's any transactions inside of this. And if there are, then we would basically go through each of those and restore those back to the player. Yeah, I think that is right. Could even do some maybe ID checking there, because like if every item we create has an ID, then we could even verify that the ID, if there's an ID associated with the item that's going to get created and with the resources you passed up, then the state of the transaction is that you're trading those IDs for each other. And so if the representation of the player's storage on the server does not have that state representation, or that ID, basically, like if it has whichever ID it has, it's going to get whatever's associated with that ID. And if it doesn't have either ID, so you don't have the outcome or the cost, then that is when we resolve the transaction. Yeah, let me make a note of that, because that's a really specific. So to address player Let's see, recipe has ID for cost, ID for outputs. IDs cost, IDs for output. When player returns, you have the items. I guess we can do all of them. If you have output, with player returns, check if any pending transactions. Each transaction, does player have any IDs from all items, IDs, player, inventory. Okay, we also think because for the next time you see them, if player doesn't have either, so if player doesn't know matching IDs, player needs items already has matching IDs output. Any matching IDs. So if you have any matching IDs, cost IDs, if nothing, we're going to give you what the cost back. If we have a pending transaction, but somehow you still have the resources you're supposed to have, then I think we can just it costs these and no output IDs. Pending transaction. Somehow you still have the materials. You didn't lose them. And we didn't give you the outputs, so this just never happened. If trying to think here. So if cost IDs and no output IDs during the transaction, if output IDs oh yeah, I guess it's for either. If you have all of one side of these yeah, because if it says we have a pending transaction, but if you still have the matching resources you should have spent, or you got the output, we can just get rid of this thing. It's either the crafting worked or it didn't, but it didn't cost you anything, so that's fine. We're basically going back to whatever state that you were in. So if you have both IDs from either side, you have IDs on both sides. I think in that scenario, you revert to craft. because there's a problem that happened. All output IDs. And, oh yeah, remove all IDs. And IDs. And cross ID. Yeah. If you have, if there's something fucky happens, you know, and somehow you've got stuff on both sides there, we're just gonna say, okay, something got botched. We're gonna get rid of everything associated with that transaction, and we're going to just reset you back to the state you were in prior to that transaction, as far as like with respect to those items specifically. Cool. I think that sounds pretty good. Now, I'm not going to do all of this right away, but I want to keep a note of this so that we can make sure that we don't forget. Man, look at this fucking mess here. It's crazy. I look like a mad scientist, I feel. Cool. So back to our submission. We are going to go ahead and remove the items because we're going to implement this system to protect that later, but for now we can just get rid of them and start the process of crafting. So let's do that. Back in our, oh yeah, we got our client on our right here. So we get crafting service left. That's for now. Close that for now. So request craft. So we're going to, now we know what we're doing here. We are going to, oh, the inventory service. Inventory service. Where? It's oh yeah, inventory. What the hell is? Oh, it's in server script service. Okay. Something I just need a quick, because I don't remember the syntax for this shit. So tree service, tree spawner service. Does one of these have? Let's see. Just want a quick reference for importing this shit. There we go. That's what I need. Crafting service. Let's get our inventory. Oh, yeah. See, yeah, I didn't fucking know. And is that, yeah, it'll be in the same one as this, so that makes sense. And we're gonna remove. Okay, see, I haven't actually done a remove yet, so I need to think about this. How do we want removing to work? I really just want to be able to tell it what the type of items are. I don't want to have to deal with the slot. So let me get inventory service open here. Yeah, see, we got slot numbers. What we really want is a request. I guess let's say that. Spend item. Here we go. Item type. That's for moving. Drop item. Destroy item. Yeah, because I think the spend does help contextualize. In fact, we might do that other database thing from here because we have the context of knowing what the intent was if we have a spend here. I don't know what the two slot is. I don't think it was from moving. So request spend item. I didn't even implement this one yet. So we'll come back and do that in a second. Request spend item. Right. So it's going to be item catalog dot keys dot. Oh no, we're gonna using the recipe here, and this is going to be whoops. Got Virgin client there. Where's my? There we go. This we need to get into a shared file. So let me get that there. So let's get our shared. Where are we at? It's like recipes. Yeah, sure. Seems simple enough. Get some recipes fine. We're just gonna return that because what do we need? Recipes. Right. Um, Tony wrote me. Let's see. She's doing that. Happy Souls game needs a little nudge on what to buy. Ooh, that one's tricky to call. don't know on that one. That was obvious. She's looking to see what hero to buy from this event, and I'm like, shit. Man, let's make choices. Let's make a new one to play now. But no, I'm locked in. I'm focused. I'm focused. So I have my recipe list now. Right. So let's now get that imported. Service. And recipes. Shared recipes. And we are going to here. Oh yeah, right. Now we have a clear idea of what we're working with. So we're gonna say, okay, now a recipe. Put this over here. Let me make sure we are clear about it. So this ID, oh yeah, output ID should be from the item catalog. So let's get that in here too. So make that clear. All right. Okay, so yeah, output ID is going to be so now we can just make this all explicit. Could just say the whole item. We'll get there. That's all right. I was doing the same thing. I could just leave that there for now. Keep our axis so that we can still see in that list our multiple. Oh, that's a dead. All right. Gradients. Right. So we're gonna have the associated with that. Now we can pop back to our crafting service. We have our actual items connected to recipes now, so we should be able to say item catalog that's recipe. Is it output ID? ID. It's output ID. Happy with that? Type, item type. Okay, what did I do wrong here? Where's item key again? That's the union. And what is this get method expecting? That's what it wants. Oh, it returns item type. The ID. That's what we want. Not be converted into player. What? So it cannot be converted into player. I'm not sure what the fuck it's talking about. But so when we it's on the right too, just so it's easier to bounce back and forth. Let's spend item. What are we gonna send back for this? So when we spend the item, I think we'll just return a boolean. Right, because basically just want to make sure it worked, and that's the server will validate. This inventory service will validate whether it's able to do this or not. It can be spent, and if they're able to successfully apply that, so local spent items did spend pay costs. There we go. I like that. Oh, we don't have the fucking. Now it's here. Inventory service. Oh, I gotta put player in. I thought player got passed automatically. Okay. This. Are you happy? Yes. So. I don't know why you can't call those that way. But whatever. And if we pay the cost, pay cost, we are going to first we're going to fire. We need crafting state, so let's get a new type going here. We want crafting state. State. Yeah. So what do we want this? Honestly, this is going to be a type union. So it's the same way we did the other one. So state equals and we'll say but we need additional. It's a status, not a state. What I was gonna say is like, you know, we might actually want to have another entity now. Mm. Let's see. Let's see. What do we want for that? Because I'm gonna need a time based on your recipes. Let me get a time in there. Do I want that to be based on the recipe? Yeah, let's just say craft time. And we'll say it's 2 seconds for now. I can't, right? Let's just say number. It's gonna be for graph. 2 and 2. Okay. Uh-oh, I broke the world. What did I do? Oh, I didn't put a comment in. How dare I? Oh, now what I do? Missing the field crap. Oh, I didn't put the equals. I always get those mixed up. I don't know why, but just type annotating and setting values. It's just my brain wants to get those locked in. Cool. So yeah, I always mess up that too. Yeah, our time set. So now we want to wait. Delay. Wait for recipe dot craft time. And then we want to, what's the difference there? Oh yeah, no, we want delay. Right. Going to be called, resume on the next heartbeat after a given function is passed without throttling. Okay, yep. That's what we want. Right. And let's see, what we want to do is yep, I already picked it up. Good job. You actually figured that out. So we're gonna add recipe.output ID. Oh, you know what? I was incorrect. It's the output ID. What I need is I need the ingredients. Yeah, I'll do that in a second. So player recipe.output ID. Yeah, now that looks right. Request add item. Service. Do not have that. I guess request pickup would be the equivalent. say, and actually the request pickup should result on its own broadcast inventory. Yeah, that's going to take care of that itself. So I don't even have to do that, but I can send a message. Or fire this event. Or crafting states. Fire plants. And what are we wanting to? That's down there. Definitely the status. I'm going to say crafting states. Let's see. Oh, right, status. Um, So state is going to have a status, which is going to be uptight. Graph status. And we're going to have a time. Time remaining. I just had another thought about that inventory stuff where I could basically have, I could pass them back a modified inventory here, but then other stuff could result in putting stuff back. So let's see. Status, time remain. I mean, maybe that's it for now. Maybe that's it for now. Oh, I guess. No, the item will be in there. Right. It's a crafting state. That's down. I'm confused. Do I always have to send the player? Alright. Where am I? I just throw in player somewhere. Is player even coming from? Oh, passing, and then I save rockets sometimes. Yeah, actually, that should. Yep. So now I gotta fix this one. So request. So what I really need to do, so first I got to fix the recipes because I have it set so that these ingredients, they are a string ID, and what they really need to be is item key. Stone. So now those are appropriately accounted for. And so to do that, I need to get, I really need to support sending in multiple quest spend. Why does that? Well, I'm already over here. So request spend. So this should actually support multiple different item types, each with specified counts. So we want is, doesn't the stack cover that? Go there. Just don't understand that. Get rid of some of these. Okay, why are you going to that? Oh, so okay, it's open here. No, I want in between. Right, that's a stack. So yeah, crafting service is gonna need that. Let's get these out of the way. That's put this back up. And just to make it quick, where is, there we go, let's go module. Yeah, that's what we needed. Okay. I already fucking have, of course. So yeah, we need to support in inventory service. Spend item should be an array of stacks. Key and the number. Yep. That's what we need. So now we can go through and with a recipe, I mean, really, the ingredients are their item stacks. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna do that then. Sort of type. I mean, that's what they are, so just fucking make it so. item stacks. These shouldn't need to change. This can go away. And now that method should just work. So now from our crafting service to spend items, I think I changed. I added items. We're just going to take in, do that. We're just going to pass in the recipe dot ingredients. Bam. Because that should basically go through, because this is going to go through those ingredients and individually remove them. And after it's validated that those exist. So that's all we really care about there. We got our wait time in. We need to send our initial state. So that means state dot client dot and stuff. And you know what? I'm just gonna. Where's? Oh, duh! It's in my method. Where does that keep coming from? I'm not used to this pass and play around thing. And this one is going to be with a status of crafting. Okay. I think that's it for that method. So recipe start recipe. So what do I want you to pass up to me? I think. Yeah, I think you could just pass me the ID. That's fine. Yep. Don't see any problem with that. Something else I think I also need to do too is need a way to validate some handcraft. Maybe instance of bench or nothing, in which case only recipe standard name. Yeah, it's validation. We'll come back to validation later. Definitely a problem I have to solve, but not one we have to do right now. Oh. Let's see. Guys here on the screen to do something just for fun. Go boys go. I just want to see it myself. All right. What we got? We got this covered. Waiting. So we're firing our initial states. Let them know where it pay cost. Honestly, this might need to be a function, or like the result of a function, so we can give them that time back immediately. Otherwise, they're going to have to just sit there instead of just, and I'm just going to have to listen for an event instead of having like a loading bar can directly run that way. So I might see that as I'm doing the UI. I'll probably have to iron that out. So okay, so we're notifying them though. We have to start crafting time. We're checking to see did we pay. We have to pay the resources, so we're doing that. Request spend items. If we pay the items, then we're going to delay the process of crafting, and after the time has passed, we will fire that it's done, and we will then request those items be added, which makes sense because the inventory itself will do the adding and then broadcast its new state. So cool. Back to inventory service. And let's see. Or not inventory service. Oh, you're right. So we got to implement this method. This spend items. So I do have remove implemented, I believe. No, of course I don't. Damn. Oh wait, no, I did. Item. Oh, it's from slots. So I do need to actually implement this. So item. Right now I have the ability to remove at a specific slots, but that is not what we're looking to do. We're looking to pull a specific number of items. What I could do is I could modify this to make it so you could apply a count in here. And then I could use this to basically identify first which slots are able to qualify for removal, like for meeting a resource's needs. And then I can just tell it which slots to take resources from. Alternatively, so all right, let me just talk through this in my comments. Kind of remove an item. I need to actually give a request. Request move item. Request pickup. Just drop, destroy, spend, use. So request. I guess we are doing spend, so that's basically the request we're doing here. So that's already there. So let's see, we are just doing a straight up remove, but the slot number I don't think is. Okay, that one's just a super straightforward one. Item. What's the difference in these two? Item stack. Okay, so we need a new one. So move items. And we're just gonna have an array of items that's items. What's this gonna return? Return Successful or not, I guess. Yeah. So let's walk ourselves through it. We need to uh, thinking. For each stack, I have some number of items. Let me just get this in. Nice big fat comment. There you go. It's gonna take a minute. Alright, so for each stack, I have some number of items that I need to. And so first, I need to check. Has, you know what? We need a has. Let's see. Has items. Let's put this out. So I think this. Positions. So what you would get here is uh, array of, yeah, I think, let's see. Trying to make sure I think this through. So you could check and see. Basically, like if you were to return where all of those items were, but I just want to see if you have them before I waste my time. Let's see how this shakes out if I just keep it simple. So as items, and then I'll need one that's basically the same thing, singular. So if you, in your inventory, so what do I need to check here? Let me just double check that inventory definition again. Alright, so slots, dictionary. Hmm. Okay. because you were do it one time. Why is this not good? Oh. So basically, while we don't have, if we don't know, we haven't counted enough items to qualify yet. Or we've gone through our whole inventory. So let me write this out. If amount on hand represents until we earn enough or whether continue unless we go through inventory and that's pretty straightforward. All right. So we're definitely going to increase our slide index. But first, we're going to grab slots at slide index. Dot stack equals. Make sure I get the stack first. Nice. Stack and stack ID is equal to dot and plus equals stack count. Right, so that's yes, we only need both of these are true. Either is it's less than. Either is false, then I'll terminate it. Which is what I want there. And once we do that, return slots It's complaining. So it's items. Right, this one's easy. Just items. That's let's see. That's assuming this is. Let's assume it's set. Do you have a set in this site? Let's just check and see. I'm curious. I do like a good set. Studio. Oh. Select structure using dictionary. The keys represent the elements of the set. Based on the true. Table used as a dictionary can mimic set by using the elements as keys. Okay, so. Oh, I see, I see. I mean, that's basically what I have here. Get more complex objects. So now. Anyway. Okay, that is easy enough. So first, we'll remove the damn spend. Oh, where did you go? Let's spend it. There it is. So first, we want to make sure that we even can. This is our validation. Let's local can cans as and all costs. Oh, okay. So that is check. Now we need to figure out where we're going to get these items from in your inventory. So I had I need to select inventory index. What's this? All right, what's this do for me? Select slot for item, choose stack possible. So slot for item, choose stack possible. Not all item type. Search for an existing stack of items. All right, so this is checking to see. Just looking at the first index. That okay, this is getting either the first slot that has the stack or the first empty slot. And for me, the problem is you could have multiple stacks that go into paying for this. So I need to do that a little differently. And I think I need to do them all at once. So I think it's better to do this in a functional way. So select resource. What I'm thinking is, utility function lets me pass in I pass in clone. This method lets me apply a mutation of the inventory, and then returns to me me success. And this would good, we good. Got DC'd there. Stream manager back up. Okay, got it fixed. All right, where were we at? So I was doing I was walking through this just in my head, trying to make sense of how I do this. And I feel like I got some options here, but I like this idea. I like working with, I prefer immutability. So like when I can make this a little more functional. You pass in, some representation of an inventory, clone, a template, whatever, and you just get this mutated, mutated copy back, and you can just keep doing this until you get the inventory state you want. So I could either do that. Let me incrementally do 1, 2, move the items from the inventory, and then apply the inventory as the updated state. 2, incrementally identify. I guess they both start with removing ads. And inventory. Mark positions. Mark qualifying indices. Yay. So those two. I think the only thing I worry about with this one is like maybe this could be problematic if this was running for a while, like something else. This whole idea of like applying an inventory's entire state in one transformation. What if, like, I could see concurrency issues causing some problems with that. It would be nicer and cleaner if I could just mark everything that needed to be done and then did that all at once. But I'm thinking like, okay, so how do I do that if I need a way to identify indices and stacks that does not double count, like doesn't account for, that excludes already selected indices to pay. If I'm going to pay, 10, 5, and 3, if I have a stack of 60 wood, and I need to pay 43, then I need to flag that first stack. All indices are going to be used. The second stack, all indices are going to be used. And then when I come in for that third stack, it should be like, okay, skip 1, skip 2, and then 3, it can do. So, and I'm wondering is, how do I do that? Let's just start playing with this and see. So, um, I want to identify. Identify is the right word there. Thinking. Oh shit, my stream's just dying. There it goes. So we'll call it another select. And see, select, find. Find section. How do I want to do that? So find section in inventory. So what's the this returned inventory. And it returned the indices. So see, this could actually work for me if I gave this ability to ignore, maybe have space. You know what? Let's do this. Select managing index. First. Stack. Select first stack. this we just bring up here. Stack of items. Index. False. First index. To return item stack ID. Count is the only problem. What's the next day? So if I took this out, first I could do this. But now matching slot, what are we doing? We're passing back that matching slot. Says we matching slot. Don't actually. Inventory that slots. So let's just check that. If inventory slots. If the should be the same thing. Okay, so if we have, oh, I'm sorry. What we wanted was oh, I thought this would make it safe. So let's see if match. if inventory slots for match and earn match. Oh, item stack. Where's item stack? Oh, I see. I see. So select first stack. I'm trying to make sure I get the right refactor here. I just care about that count right now. I hate to duplicate this because I want to know. Okay, so I have my matching slots. All I need to know is if the matching slot has an item there. So where do I don't check slots at all. So I just and inventory slots. Slots match. Does that let me do it? Yeah. I think I had a snippet over here somewhere. Showed me a way to do kind of like a nil coalescing. What was it? Okay, maybe plus maybe and maybe plus one. Number past and okay, that might be. If not, maybe plus one. Oh, not the. You know what? Maybe that's the best way to do it. I just need to invert this. Well, no, because I need to check a property within it. But I can definitely return early if it's the first empty slot. I could lead with that. And if not match, then return empty slot. And could do that. So now we're guaranteed to have match. If slot and slot dot count is less than item type stack. And okay, I guess now. Um, all right, so we'll do that check there. If we don't find a match, we know we can return the empty slot. Otherwise, we do have a match, but it might not be, so we do have a match, but we might be full. So let's do that. Match. The match is found. Do you have a match, but it might be false? Let's validate that. Right, so now we have the slots that matches. And so now if slot and the count is less than the max step, then that's valid. Might be full. It's not full. Not a valid match. So now we can ditch this. Matching slots. Let's update those names. Oh, where's the print? I'm happy about this. What's going on here? Oh, return ends, my bad. So now, what do we have left? What other scenarios? I mean, here at this point, we just return this, right? Like, maybe we have this. So yeah, just return that. Anything else? Let's make this clean. So we do have a match. It's not full. Return. Yeah. So I think that's the same thing we had. So I'm just gonna comment this out for now in case I need to come back to that. All right. So now we have the isolated behavior. This is going to find us the first matching stack inventory. So that's going to tell us where that stack is. And if I use that, I should be able to determine what I'm going to extract. So first matching stack, and here's the other thing is, do I need to well, one step at a time. First matching stack. Got that. So now I have, let's get another find section here. Let's just, damn it. Well, no, I'll keep that. So this was going to return so select first matching stack gives me back the index for that. So that's a tool. First find index. This is going to return inventory and I wonder if I should like slice it. That's kind of what I'm doing. Slicing out pieces, or at least finding the slices. Find slice. And slice. So that's going to pass back. What if I said slice inventory? Slice inventory. And inside of here, I could find the first matching stack. And if it has enough items, then slice those items out and copy out and copy. Because here's the problem is if I slice it down and then return the positions, then if I were to go into this again, the positions would match the original one. So I don't think that's going to work, at least for that reason. And what I could do is I could remove them out a stack at a time. Because either I use a whole stack or there's not enough. And if it's not enough, then we're done anyway. Well, I wouldn't use a whole stack because like it could be that I only need to partially use a stack, whatever the last stack is, or the first stack in the case that my initial cost is less than a whole stack. So, but if I did that, so if yeah, let's walk this through. So I have woods, 20 wood, 5 wood. This a little tricky. So I have those in my inventory. And what I want to do is first, what I could do is cost income. Cost comes in. with, let's say 30, 32. I will say 30. Right. Because that's 120, so that's 20, 125, 25, 26, 29, 30. Okay. So what I need to do is first I walk the stack. Oh, whoa. No, I'm not gonna do it like that. No, stop that. So I'm going to first walk it and say, do you have matching type? Type, then so if enough, then I will return the column of the slides. That is max. Shut up, AI. If not enough, the stack is maxed. And take and remove the column, remove the slots, and return to going back to this thing where if I remove it, then tracking is going to be an issue. What if instead I just set something about it to wipe it out? Mm. The thing I could do is I could walk the array. I could walk it incrementally. So I could also walk it and say, let's see, if I walk the slots. X. So the answer here is that it would is an index of 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 7. Those are the ones I would need to deplete. Two, 5, 7, and that's 21, 26, 20, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 26. We're going to 30, and 40. Reduce 8 by 4. Right, so we get rid of the other ones. So I definitely need an ongoing count first. And we validated they can spend it, so we already know that. And so we could gradually start doing this. Where we walk. So let's see. And we need to do this for each item too. So this is item. Each spending stack. So for each one, we are going to check and see. Just thought, like, I wonder if there's another. I could combine these in a way. Just thinking, what if I was just adding them all together? So just add together until you get to the so it's 0. So for I'm not sure exactly where this is going yet, but we're gonna see. So for items, we already validated that we had enough, so we're going to zero, starting over. Set. I think it might be helpful to have type modify addition. name. Let's see if I were to set up mod type. Let's say operation equals yeah. Uh, that could be one operation, and it would be reduce subtract. Well, I know. I guess you call it clear slot. I like that better. Clear slot. I may as well have an add in there. I don't think I need it. No. And then we're gonna do and actually, we're gonna call these these are gonna be the actual operation type. Operation type. And number and slot. So what are we gonna want? We're gonna want X. Yeah. All right. So let's build these up. So we're going to say if it's remove, so if it's subtract, okay. Let's give that a shot. So, all right, operations equals, and make sure this. Uh, so for each one of these, we're going to find first matching stack. Is that what we want to do? We just walk the whole inventory. I mean, we're not dealing with massive numbers here. So it's really just going to be all the different types of items. I mean, yeah, we could just do these simultaneously. That's fine. Okay, we're looking here. CI item and items too. All right. So now we're going to loop through the inventory. Slots. Look at some loops because I forget the syntax. Just declaring a number. Oh, you know what? We see it in the collection helper. The best way to do that. There it is. That's just comma separated. Yeah. Inventory service. Um, each item type. To check and see if this slots. If slots if slots. Wait, what? Oh, it's I see, I see. Uh, one capacity do slots. Yeah. Uh, uh, item this item. Oh, we know what that is. Oh, should be an array. Uh, Actually, I guess we could just check if it is. If it's equal to an ID. It has to be greater than 0. I would assume. So if slot counts, right? Yeah, because it would be empty otherwise. So if slot if it's equal. Actually, I prefer to go. Check it all on the same line here. Slot and do a shot. So if slot ID is not equal to item ID. Alright, so we know this is a matching slot and that it has the right item type. So now we're going to create an operation. So if somehow reach this, it's going to be you know what? Yeah, it's going to be should be like this. There we go. So now we're going to be subtracting this now each time. So for each of these, now I guess it does make more sense to go the other way. So amount removes. So really the reason I was going to say subtract So I was going to do that operation here. So I don't need that. I need to know if, so if sorry, if amount remaining is greater than the slot dot count. Let's see. We can, and then we move on. It's less than the slot. Just be greater than or equal to. Any other case, we're going to be less than here. So in this case, we're going to say minus equals 0. to a slot. More slot. Less than this back. All right. So now first I want to subtract. Slot dot count. Right. Okay, I think that makes sense. So we went through each inventory slots. How do I shoot. Uh, um, yeah. Okay, we got these two operations in. Oops. Okay, it only exits the interesting to break out additional logic. All right, so if Oh, right, that's if not remaining equals 0. Okay. So for each item type, I'm going to go through and do that. I think that takes care of that. So now I have these operations. Uh, let's see, run operations. And success. Um, I should probably have IDs for those, but it's not then. Okay, yep, that's right. I guess just it's clear slot, then we're gonna clear the slot. So subtract the slots. Um, slot by index. Yeah, so it definitely slot there. Slot and slot index. Slot. Uh, okay. Subtract then slot. Slot. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Um, Okay, so now what is this? This one. So right now, looks like we got it's, it's empty. Building this up. Insert. So we got our operations here. Now we need to perform said operations. Let's see, what is this supposed to do? This is supposed to deter. Oh yeah. Let's see. I guess this is really uh, find. This, all right. So this is gonna return operation. What do they call it? Inventory operation. There we go. I should keep it together. Yeah, I guess so. It does read a little cleaner. Okay, so I have create spin operations. Now, this one. Return operations here. This. And now when oh, where I gotta check if they have the item. I'll do that in the other one. Move items, adds item, adds item. Where's the spend? Uh, spend operation. So now we have the operations. And we should be able to perform the operations. I think that should do it. So request spent items. We validated we have them. We created the operations to transform our inventory and perform the operations. So now go back to crafting service. So if we paid the costs, then we can pick up the output. Okay. Now let's check the crafting point. We push the button. We're firing, right? Firing the server. That's right, I needed the actual recipes here. Service, recipes. I need crafting service. Get these recipes, please. Okay, back to crafting. Recipes. Don't need any of this now. That'll cause some problems, of course. Select an index. Oh, right. So what this should say is recipes.all. Recipe. Recipe list. It's just blob. Look back. How do I do it in? Right. That's how we did it. Get the dictionary keyed by that type. That's a way to do it. Let's see how I can do that. I have a let's see, dictionary. No, that's right. Because if I do that, this I see now. Guess I can make this generic. Uh, Maybe. What's the generic done? Equals. There, but it must be just there. That's interesting. That's strange. I wonder why that one doesn't work. That one does. Hmm. Okay, it's fine with that. Some people are Maybe though, we'll see. Now, we say it's a recipe, but it's a recipe list. Is it okay with that? Seems like it. Okay. So far, so good. All right, so now we have our recipe there. Now, why do we have to do that? We imported it on the client side. All right, so we want to get so we need to expose this from the recipe side, recipe list. Oh, okay, I do already. So that is all. I'm not even using it there. Okay. So what I need is selected index. Keep getting recipes and selected index. This should be is recipes dot all index. Collection of recipes. Making that generic. Generic. We'll keep that future reference though, because I did learn something doing that. Okay. So we'll ditch the generic. Item key. Let's do that. That's also fine. Oh, right. Those. Recipes. Okay. Recipe. Now, you grab the recipe. If you don't have more ingredients, turn in fire server. And which is an expected ID. Let's look at check. Yeah, just the recipe ID should be good. So ID. Pass back. It tells you what it's expecting. Um, I guess really it's that entry. So let's just call it X. And we're going to get the valid recipe here. Okay. recipe. We're passing that up. Get rid of this. We are clicking our option and find a request. So now what we need is to listen for events to come back. So grab the states. Let's see. Let me just see for this inventory. What's this look like? I always forget what the listening part looks like. Inventory controller. Oh, interaction. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Graphene. Really, it seems to be player connect. That's fine right there. So unclient events. Let's see. States, unclient events. Is see there. Status is that type. Status. So put this in a shared thing somewhere. The time remaining is the main one. Let's do it. Share. I guess that's all I really care about. Crafting service. Inventory, there we go. Crafting. And then on this side, it's imported. Let's put that boy down here. Status. Mm. Set time. All right. So now, actually, probably test this and just see if we're getting what we expect. So, quest crafting. It's a recipe idea. Am I passing the recipe? That's how to do that. On click. No, just send the ID. The ID. And so I am going to get that here. Recipe ID. Okay, let's see first if I have any complaints from the script. Script analysis. Let's bring that out. What is this for? Open and that's weird. I don't know how that got missed. This one as well. I gotta identify one for a scene expression. Okay, yeah, let's expect that. Function, details and okay. Got it. In which case this does need that. Right. Okay, false, sure. Yes, we can. Okay, looks like that's it. So moving forward now, let's get our little boy tested. Mm, nothing. Let's connecting the client, no inventory to our investment items. Craft. Oh, you know what? This is why. That's why. Okay. What we get? We attempt to concatenate string with table. All right. Easy fix there. All right. Alright, requested crafting max, starting craft. Find client. Index now with user ID. I have an inventory. That's weird. Oh, player is nil. That's why. I understand now. Oh, that's interesting. I did call that properly. Hmm. Oh, what the fuck? What am I doing here? Player. It's not a plant. Okay. So let's see what we got. Can pay for craft. Operations perform, broadcast, and inventory. Must pay to firm on rain done. Ticket request. Oh, yeah, what's this? Oh, right. I couldn't fit the item. Okay, select first matching stack. Okay. Let's see. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. So this index nil with ID. So item stack. Let me see what is up here. Look at that, it did. Spend my 3 wood. Oh, game. But I had nowhere to put the X. It's so funny. Alright, so what is item type? Is a nil. So first matching stat. Where's my call stack? Where is my call stack? Scheduler, formats, browser. Can I not get it? Explorer. It's gotta be a call stack. Oh wait, here it is. Ah. There we go. So from there, what was item type? Type is X. Search matching stat. I mean, it's a string. Oh, doesn't match. That's probably why. And actually, right here, this thing has the same problem. Just up, but it's late. Nobody's on, so I'm gonna kill it. Thank you guys. Get this wrapped up for tomorrow. See ya.